It's the biggest day of the week at the Lakewood Country Club as the Sangsangin Wownet Open will draw to a close after 18 holes this afternoon. We say good afternoon and welcome back to the KLPGA Tour, where we had the potential for some history on our hands here today. The leaders as we begin, and that is leaders plural, are at 12 under. Lee Dong-eun, who will begin our coverage today, is readying an approach at the 9th. Looking towards the back left corner, it was a little bit overplayed, but is in the general area that she would have been aiming for. We see her at 10 under. That is sole possession of 5th on the leaderboard. Lee Chae-eun, 8 under after 8 holes on a Sunday, and going right at the flag. It's not necessarily all of the players you would expect to be in contention, and that's what makes it exciting today. This is EU Lean putting from the fridge on the opposite side of the green. Park Ji-young, she came out of nowhere yesterday with a fabulous round, rolling back the clock, it felt like. Approaching well with a good shot to set up a birdie putt with the wedge. Looking down at her birdie just as Chung Yoon-ji is here at the 8th. She is a co-leader at the aforementioned 12 under par score. This is a shot that's all about finesse. Didn't have a read of the green whatsoever. Her break was nowhere near where she expected it to be. Chung So-hee in her Sunday red, 8 under through 10. It's only 48 meters to go to the flag at 11. Needs to go over top of the bunker. Little backspin. She is well within the area upon which she would have expected to be after that short wedge. Now Hong Jung-min, she won last week and took home the $216 million won paycheck that was on offer. She is poised to at least compete for that again today. Two putts takes her to a par. 3 under for the round. And Lee Dong-eun from nearly the fringe. Disappointing one that. It's going to need one more. And then around even when those above her are really finding their form on this championship Sunday. Chung Yun-ji has done really well putting to avoid bogey. Second in par saves this week. She has another. By no means a gimme. Chung So-hee, 68th on the money list this season. Her season total, half of the winner's prize today. Just about had it. And 2 putts for the par. Crescent-shaped right to left breaking putt that will take the birdie off the board here.
카메라 미리 눌러주세요.
It's Park Hyung-kyung with an approach towards the middle of the green. She did really well in terms of avoiding her bogeys yesterday. A lot of pars, but not nearly enough birdies in order to really compete today. Peng Shin-shil stayed steady, but she's been fighting it. An underhit approach that finds the sand. Of course, she can dream. For Chung Yun-ji, the issue has always been 4 rounds in a row. Putting it all together. She has won once already in 2025. The Suya Bank MBN Ladies Open. End of May, start of June. One of her 6 top 10s of the year. She's destined for a 7th. It's just a matter of will win number 3 come. Park Hae-jun approaching and able to deliver a shot to inside 3, 4 meters at most. Park Ji-young looking for 12 under here to make it a 3-way tie at the top. Just missing out to the inside left. Well, her 4-under score is the best of everyone so far today, and she is very much knocking on the door. We started with blue sky yesterday before the overcast skies rolled in. We are hopeful to stay clear and stay blue this afternoon here in Yeongju. .140 meters out for Jung Yoon-ji with a 6-iron in hand. Short of the green, and the ooze from the supporters as that lands in the beach. Pang Shin-chil will dig in. Hong Jung-min now tops the list in the season-long prize money rankings after her win last week. I have a feeling that she could just about wrap it up. Should she be number one after 72 holes, it would be quite the feat to go back-to-back in this manner. Park Yang-young starting this inside, hoping it moves back on line to the right. Sailing past it and having a few feet left to make that a par. And Yulin bogeying the 8th, so now chasing again. It's a 9-iron for her. Basically needs to be in line with that back left bunker. Didn't need to be in it though. That was taking it a bit too literally. Park Hae-jun is over par after 9 holes, tied for 11th. Has a chance at a birdie here. Well, she's not even going to try to suppress the smile. That will feel good. It's a bit of a reset midway through. Eight under, tied for 6th now. 6 players at that score. Pang Shin-chil is one of them. And just avoids a bogey. Good putts. Under some understandable pressure. Sigh of relief that was. This is Jung Eugene. Really tough up and down. Park Young, that's the par. Also one of the players at +1, and there are multiple of them. Eileen will be there unless she pulls a rabbit out of the hat here. So the back nine begins for Lee Dong-eun in sole possession of 5th as she tees off to begin her time on the flower path portion of the lake course. It was rocketed straight as an arrow, was hoping for a little left to right fade. Ends up in the 3rd bunker. All right, more tee shots having come through in the early stages of the back nine. And this is the final hole on the front, and it's Chung Yoon-ji. This, we remind you, is the par save after being in the sand. It's at 11 meters. We'll go uphill. That's plenty of speed. That's actually a heck of a lot of speed. Be downhill left to right braking to avoid a double bogey, which could seriously throw a wrench in the plans for Chung Yoon-ji.
Shot.
It's the best drive so far, which should be unsurprising based on 60-odd holes of proof. And Eileen. And that is absolutely clutch to avoid going 3 bogeys in 4. Some early round yips, it's completely understandable. But that is reminiscent of her course and personal record yesterday in the 63. If she can putt like that on the back, she certainly has a chance within 1. Sung Eugene downhill tracking well. Ooh. Well, the speed was right on the money, but Hong Jung-min witnessed a bit too much break. And she saves a par and will head to the back nine, controlling her destiny for a second week in a row. So that's one clutch putt. This is potentially a round-defining moment for Chung Eun-ji. She makes this putt, she becomes a runner-up. If she misses, she plummets. And break starts early, and look at that roll again. She looks up towards the heavens thinking, oh, this isn't a straightforward double bogey putt either. Perched up on the hillside, she did have the wind at her back, Pang Xin-chil. Park Young off the fairway to the right from the rough. Explains why she's a little short. Evidently, this is not a straightforward pin to attack. Speaking of not straightforward, Lee Dong-eun from the sands. 10 under on 10. She'll be tied for fourth or sole possession of fourth, depending on what Chung Eun-ji does at a moment. That uphill helps her in a big way. I don't think she'll be daunted by that putt. Nor will Park Ji-young be here. She's yet to find the winner's circle this season. She has finished as a runner-up already. You certainly can't count her out. Just one back of the lead, and with the joint best round so far at 4 under with Ko Chi-yu. When we come back from our first break of the day, the leaderboard will look a little bit differently. Well, maybe we just got a glimpse of what's to come. Chung Eun-ji showing -10, which means she's got that double bogey putt. We will likely see that on the other side. It is Championship Sunday in Yeongju, the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open. Its third playing will be decided over the course of the next 2 to 2.5 hours. Stay with us. And welcome back to Lakewood. This is Lee Dong-eun with a downhill putt to start, uphill to the finish. Curling away right to left. Speaking of downhill, Park Young-yang close, but no cigar. Hong Jung-min understandably drawing a crowd. She is the breakout star of 2025. There's no way to argue that. Yulin starting the biggest back nine of her entire career with a drive into the fairway. Bang Shin-chil recognized for her efforts navigating this hole absolutely expertly. A little refreshment after the drive. It's muscle memory at this point. Well, 1:33 p.m. local time here at the Lakewood Country Club in Yeongju, a facility opened in 1972. It had been christened at the time as the Royal Country Club, a Daniel Dale designed masterpiece, one of the most prestigious, beautiful, and challenging facilities in the nation. Incredibly tight. 1 through tied for 6th. Comprises 11 players within 4 strokes of one another. As the back nine begins, Hong Jung-min. I think after her second round, you might have rightfully asked some questions. But with the way she is going and the experience she has, my goodness, just 7 days ago, she's able to climb to the top of the mountain again.
실례하겠습니다.
All right, with a very accessible pin today, front right of the green, just beneath the downhill slope. It is a pin at which our field can attack. Never a good sign when that's the reaction from the gallery. It's a tough start to the par 3 for Peng Xin-Chiu. Second shot from Yulin is just about pin high. Just about pin high on the approach for Pak Young-gyung. Tied for 6th. Tied for 15th at 600, pardon me. One of 4 players in that top 20 who are over par. Kim Chae-hee. She's at +2 today and is certainly chasing it a little bit. And Lee Chae-hoon. Good one right at the flag. Yidong-eun heading down towards the flag, managing that rather significant tailwind well. That's a great shot.
이런 것도 남잖아. 이게 KLPGA 거야.
All right, with some more approaches in the bank, here's Eulene. Must be said, her reads of the greens this week, weight control, it's been spot on. She's putted so well. Certainly exacerbated if you were just to take the last 2 rounds. 2-putt for her there, very much still in the mix. Chung Yun-ji. Did not enjoy her last green very much for understandable reason with a double bogey, and she isn't quite able to fully bounce back. Two-putt par. And she is stalling out at a tied for 4th score. Park Young for birdie at 12. 6.8 meters away. She wouldn't be taking this one to the bank. Park Ji-young, that was a rather long look back towards the pin. She gets most of the way there. Hong Jung-min starts the back nine off on the right foot. Peng Shin-chil trying to avoid a bogey at the 12th. Started straight, starts to come over, but it's a bit too late. Well, even for the players just outside of the top 10, they understand this late in the season what an opportunity this is to obviously puts a little bit more money in the bank and also record some points, whether they're looking to secure their place on the KLPGA Tour next year, make a late push for the race to the WeMix Championship, or in the race to the WeMix Championship. And for some, it's using this week as a career best, a la EU Lean.
네, 플레이하겠습니다.
Suji and Pak Jiyoung, and in some ways Pak Yang. It's the superstars from a few years ago to reestablish their pedigree. Think about No Sung-hee as well, who is starting to fade away from Hong Jung-min, turning it up late in the year.
오케이. 샷. 샷.
No Sung-hee +2 today to finish even after 72 holes, while Hong Jung-min might just win the whole thing again. Well, that is two of the contenders away into the fairway. Sung Eugene in a pitching wedge at the 13th. Just a little more than 100 meters out. Reaches pin high. Rolls slightly down the hill, but is in a very comfortable position to try to make a birdie. Over to the par 3 12th with our defending champion, Pak Bogiam, who's at 8 under and playing an 8 iron. She's at +1 this afternoon. Well, she deserves full credit for her first 2 rounds. She was consistent again yesterday. Might have just run out of gas. Here's Idongun. Well, not the kick she was hoping for, that goes without saying, but we'll say it anyways. All right, well, we are very much in the under the radar, but very important portion of the round. It's like the foundation of a house. Not necessarily the shiniest or most noticeable portions, but important to any Championship Sunday campaign. I've reached a little for that analogy, but I stand by it. Here's Yulin. The 54-degree wedge, only 86 meters away. Didn't really want to contend with that sand trap. I don't think that's a stretch to say. It's Hong Jung-min. That is in the vein of a champion. It's early, we don't want to get carried away. .75 meters out for Chung Yoon-ji, and look at the loft on this wedge, 56 degree. And with the divot centimeters away from the flag, maybe, just maybe, we can say Chung Yoon-ji is back.
나이스.
Well, what a view this is. Looking out towards the city of Yangju. We're in the heart of the final round, and it's unchanged at the top. Hong Jung-min from Park Ji-young and Lee Yu-lin, the top three. Lee Dong-eun, 2 under now through 11. Same with Hun-Chin Sun, 2 under through 12. And Yoo Hyun-jo, how about her 4 under score to be on the first page of the leaderboard at the conclusion of the first hour. Back to start hour number 2 with a few looks at birdie as our coverage of the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open continues in mere minutes. And welcome back. Hour 2 begins with Lee Yu-lin, very much a challenger for the crown, and birdies like that will go a long way to move the needle. Back tied at the top. Few, if any, have putt better than Lee Yu-lin over the past 48 hours in particular. Most would say, okay, that's downhill. Let's not get too crazy. Just get it close. Not the case. for the athlete looking for her first professional victory. I think she will have something to say about who wins this tournament now. She is up against a tried and true veteran. She won literally less than 7 days ago. She knows how to get it done on Sunday. Her putter was miserable on Friday, and that's not unfair to say. From about 6 yards closer, unable to replicate what Eileen did a few moments ago, so now she has a little bit of company at the top. Well, to the green side, Sandtrap. It's Icheun, who is tied for 8th. Looking for something magical out of the sand. Tracking well, and it's going to fall. So she's back to even par for the round. 9 under has her within 3. And an ear-to-ear grin after one of the shots of the day so far. Well, Park Young has spent about 60 holes of this tournament trying to get to 6 under, and she's still only halfway to the leaders. She's going to go up and over the tree. Wild to think that she landed that a little bit short, and even then she's about 8 meters past the pin. Punching Shield with no obstruction. Also hits the fringe and caroms well away. .11 is where we head next. It's Chung Yoon Ji looking at a birdie. Well, the double at 9 obviously put a dent in her quest for the trophy, but she is birdieing for the first time here on the back 9. In with the par save, well announced to us by the supporters, who are quite excited to see her back in the birdie column. Park Ji-young now. Good look, measured well. How about that? Third birdie today, 7-11, and this most recent at 16. We have to revisit this. Eileen showing composure beyond what would be expected. 7-iron for Chung Yoon Ji. She's still very much in this race. Though I think it's fair to expect the winner to come out of this group. Park Young's first putt brings her to about pin high. Well, speaking of high, the high score is with Hong Jung-min. Birdie, birdie, par. That's how Lee Dong-eun has played 13 so far this week. Peng Shin-chil coming so close that she certainly got the supporters excited. Big drive to begin the dogleg right. Some company now for Hong Jung-min at the top. Her 12 under par has been matched by Ayu Lin. Park Ji-young is still very much in the mix, though she is 3 holes further along, and that might work against her ever so slightly. Park Bo-gyum, our defending champion, +1 through 12. Park Hae-jun is even through a dozen as well, as the picture of the contenders is really starting to take shape here in Yeongju. We'll take a pause and be back with more on the other side, right here on the KLPGA Tour. And welcome back. Another Sunday where Hong Jung-min is very much center stage. He's trying to do the very improbable, and despite the odds, still performs well. Lee Dong-en, we can't forget about her, though. The leaders are starting to leave her in the rearview mirror. She's only a couple of birdies away from really throwing herself back into contention. I'll tell you what, at 14 meters, if Eileen makes this, we have to really take this first-time victory seriously. It's still going to take a Herculean effort for her to prove that she can do something that she has not yet done as a professional. And Jung Yoon-ji. This is a tricky punt, but we've seen her make them. Yeah, she's fired up and should be. Now a co-leader, 3 of them at the top. My goodness, if she could only go back and erase that double bogey at 9, she would be running away with this thing. Deservedly, though. Controlling her fate. What a group. Chung Yoon-ji, Eileen, and Hong Jung-min. We'll fast forward to 18. Yoo Hyun-jo gets that to be about pin high. The action is very much heating up. Sung Yoo-jin missed the green with her approach shot. She is playing this from the rough. Pardon me, trying to traverse the green. She's tailing back to the right on time. All right, from despair to exuberance, Chung Yoon-ji riding the roller coaster of emotions that is a Sunday. That was an absolutely miraculous putt. And considering who she's playing with, it is both a blessing and a curse. Every single member of this group, after a dozen holes in the final round, tied for the lead. She will know exactly what she needs to do and when. Aside from Group 23, we are very much paying attention to Bak Ji-young, who is just one stroke behind. And the next tee shot is sliced with a solid and reverberating whack. Hong Chang-min sends that into the trees. We didn't see it pop back out to the fairway, which could be a very detrimental sign. Peng Shin-chil still at +2, which aside from Kim Chae-hee, Kim Woo-jung, and Lee So-young is the worst from anyone teeing off. The final half dozen groups. It's been the story of her tournament, ups and downs. Incredible and unlikely birdies to go along with shots like that that just make you wonder. Yulin, one of the best drives we've seen today, and right of center in the fairway. There is absolutely a story to tell with this competitor. She's done what she's done with 2 bogeys in the round as well, just like Chung Yoon-ji. Here's Lee Dong-eun. This is gonna move right. Does it straighten out? No. Until it was too late and carrying a lot of speed. I don't think she's going to feel particularly confident with that putt to avoid a bogey. PJ&2 at +1 after 71 holes this week. Drawn a little bit this drive. Towards the traps. She's a baker's dozen off the leaders. Go, 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 chants the crowds. And the ball went, just leaving a few centimeters away. Well, we knew it was going to be uncomfortable. We didn't think it was going to be this bad for Hong Jung-min. Well, it goes backwards. It at least rolls down the hill towards the cart path. The gallery has to vacate the area immediately. So it's not necessarily paradise for Yulin, but it's not this. She still has a really tricky, curvy shot that needs a lot of shape. A roar of both relief and euphoria for Idungan supporters. She avoids the worst, and the worst was very much a possibility. It's 108. Hong Jungmin doesn't look like she's trying to rattle the hornet's nest more than she already has done. Just laying up in the fairway. Well, that's a drive to behind the tree, a shot from behind the tree to the cart path. Third shot to the fairway. She knows she's going to lose her spot at the top, but it's just a matter of how much can she minimize the fallout. Now this approach reaches, but that does it an injustice. Chung Yoon-ji goes past the fringe into the border of the rough. As the camera tilts and pans out to that wide spot in the fairway, what we knew was that there were a few players amongst our shared leaders that were not thrilled with their drives. EU Lean is at least able to get to the green after two. Bum-Shin Shield. She gets there much to the adoration of the supporters. Amy Jung, 67, 2 72s and a 70 is her 72-hole journey, just outside of the top 10. Five meters and change for Park Ji-young at the par 5, looking for 12 under. That would have made things very interesting, certainly with a couple of bogeys suspected, if not expected. The putt doesn't quite go the way she wanted it to. She'll settle for a par. This is the lengthy way back. Doing some quick calculations. For Chung Yoon-ji, that will be a putt for par. Lee Dong-in from the fairway. She looks down with distaste. That's why. That's a long pen over to the back right corner. It's not even back left. She's off into the rough. What do we have in store here? The bounce is right, and it's pin high. That's pretty darn good. Following that gentle crosswind into a line with the flag. Well, that had a lot of travel. That is one of the very best on this hole. It is Hung Yoo-min, who has been quiet by her own lofty standards today. Well, I don't think that this is a hole that our final group will look back particularly fondly on. Everyone in their own way, with a few extra shots and a little more drama. Now Hong Jung-min, this hole can't come to an end fast enough. Let's go to 15, Hanshin Sun. An uphill putt. It's a big backswing. It's moving over now. Oh, the closest of calls. Won't do anything for her score. It was almost a firm contender for shot of the round. Back to 13 for a bogey Yulin. Will drop down to 11 under. And still probably feel like, with what she just saw, she escapes mostly unscathed. All right, she's allowed one. It comes at a very inopportune time after 3 birdies on the front. She had gone half a dozen holes without picking up or dropping, and now it's a double. She's down to 10 under. Lee Dong-eun is in the greenside rough. This is her 3rd at 14. Suddenly within a stroke, but not really in a position to take advantage. Doesn't give that nearly enough. That's to be kind. That's one she'd like a do-over on. She wouldn't need anyone to tell her that, though. She knows. That putt could prove costly. We'll go to 18. This is Hung Yoo-min to finish the round with an 8 under par score. Well done. It is her best of the week with a 69. It's a top 10 finish at 8 under par.
실례하겠습니다. 다 멈춰주세요.
Well, co-leader still, but the score has changed. It's a much more and welcomed uneventful drive. Finds the middle of the fairway. Well, Yulin 64th on the money list last season. In November last year, she was atop the rankings to have her tour card solidified once again. She was tied for 31st on Friday before her course record 63 launched her to the top of the leaderboard, and with some trials and tribulations, she remains there. She is in for one of the wildest 5 holes in her career thus far. And with the misfortune of our final group on hole number 13, Pak Ji-young finds herself sharing the lead now. Could have taken it outright with a birdie there, but was a little bit fooled by the break on that downhill putt. Had 4 birdies on the front 9. It has been all pars ever since. He's running out of holes to look for 12 or 13 under. That might be required to win this tournament. That's a good one for Pak Young. This is Yoon Sua's 18th and final hole today. Coming in on the Waterpath course, the front 9 typically. Hands on hips, Chung Yoon-ji. And waiting her turn. Bogey for Lee Dong under the 14. And we'll drop her to 9 under par. Now tied for 5th. Well, she has been a regular on the KLPGA Tour since 2023, but never having reached the summit. Best result was a runner-up finish at the Machine UPC Seoul Economics Ladies Classic in October of last year. So This is quite obviously her favorite month. It was June when Chung Yoon-ji won the OK Savings Bank MBN Women's Open. She has the hybrid in hand. 172 meters to go, but it needs to get uphill. You can just make out that bunker on the right. She needs to go over it. She didn't really want to risk it based on how she's at least set up this shot. It will be a lengthy putt for the birdie. 2 putts seems like the likely outcome. Speaking of lengthy, it's the reverse scenario at 15. Peng Shin-shil was right of the green. Playing her third here, trying to set up a birdie. Here comes the backspin. What a shot this is. The eagle would have been the icing on the cake. It's very, very strong. And now Yulin, not going for the hybrid. She prefers the iron, a 5 at 165. Two down, 1 to go. .164 iron. This is a very rare club, at least in the modern game. She avoids the sand. She was certainly tracking towards it. Let's go with Pak Yang at the 15th. A putt for birdie, 7 under, would be knocking on the door of the top 10. This will certainly move right. Great putt. Just enough to curl it in at the last. Hadn't birdied since the 7th hole. It's her first of the back 9. And this was mere moments later. It's par 5 playing very kind today. Peng Shin-shil trying to take advantage. A little more than a tap in. 4 bogeys and a 3rd birdie as she gets closer to even par in the final stretch of holes on this championship Sunday. It's still 3 tied for the leads. Pak Ji-young, Chung Yoon-ji, and Lee Yulin. Hong Jung-min with her double drops to 4th, but is only 1 back through 13 holes. That is the race we are watching and very much enjoying. It is tight on Sunday, just how we like it. The victor still very much up in the air. We'll take a break and be back with more shortly from the Lakewood Country Club. This is the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open. It's 3rd playing, and it's going down to the wire. We welcome you back to hole 14. For the second in a row, Hong Jung-min struggling to find the green. Nowhere near as dramatic as the last, but fighting it a little bit. Here's Kim Min-byul. Would love for this to be her last shot of the tournament. Lipping out in a quest for birdie on 18. Well, to say this would be a long one would be an understatement. I'd love to see the official distance. I would imagine it would be around 20 meters. That's the setup for Chung Yun-ji's par to avoid bogeying yet again. Idungen approaching. Started right and stayed right. Makes you wonder. We know how wild and unruly the hybrids can be if she just thought, you know what? I'm not worried about the birdie here. What I don't want is to drop it in the water. For EU Lean at 14, it's 16 and change. She gets most of the way back towards the pin. Sung Eugene would go to 8 under par. This is her third to final of the round. She knew she underhit it. What a clutch putt from Hong Jung-min. Can only imagine what's running through her mind right now. You could probably safely assume that's enough drama for today. Thank you very much. So Gyorim also with a long range punt. This one's for birdie though at the par 3. It takes her to 8 under. To Yulin, also delivering in the clutch. Chung Yun-ji trying to do the same. Hers is for par. Just a couple of feet away, a little left to right break. And she can also put this hole in the rear view. on the par 3 16th. This is Pengxin Shiel. Here in number 6, the two longest par 3s, 174 and 175 respectively.
네, 클리어하겠습니다. 카메라 미리 눌러주세요.
플레이하겠습니다.
Four holes to go, at least in the 72 regulation holes we have on offer. This is starting to feel a lot like playoffs are more than just a potential, but more like a probability. Well, this is the hole with the social contribution charitable bullseye. Par 5 with a lot to play for. Dong-in clearing the fairway, stopping on the fringe, but look how far away she is. With the wedge in hand, trying to flex a bit on her short game play. Pengxin Shiel for birdie and 7 under. Punching Shield taking a little extra time. And it was worth every second. Min Jung, her turn in the spotlight. Well, second shot at the par 5 from Jung Yoon-ji. It's just a little bit right of the fairway. Yoo-dong-eun left wanting a little more after that first putt. This is Hong Jung-min. She is risking falling down towards the drink, and in fact, she is in the water. Such a fascinating tournament. Riding the high from last week's big win, she had a putt that it was the mistake of a first-time golfer, let alone a bona fide winner. When she's up, and when she's down. That's another unforced error. She might be throwing this win away. And yet, even if she bogeys again, you think, well, until it's the 18th and final hole, no one in their right mind would rule her out. But that penalty is going to be a big disservice to her quest to make it 2 weeks in a row with victories. Sailed onto the green and starting to roll in. Let's see just how much this downslope can help Park Ji-young. Not in an exaggerated way, but at least a little bit to take some distance off her putt for birdie. Lee Dong-eun here at the par 5 to avoid a bogey. It's a meter and change. Okay, job done. Certainly very interesting. The closer we get to number 18, that's where Park Ji-young will head next, at least the green of it. Jung Yoon-ji, of course, in the mix. EU Lean and Hong Jung-min with an approach shot to the water, and she's left in a bit of a predicament. We'll see how she finds her way out of it, hopefully like Houdini. After a break, we'll continue from the Lakewood Country Club and the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open. Well, our action resumes. The final 4 holes. With 3 players tied for the top spot, and Hong Jung-min beginning to drift fast. This is shot 4 after she found the drink. And we keep saying, well, this mistake has to be the last. This mistake has to be the last. I suppose what goes in direct opposition to that sentiment is how Hong Jung-min has been able to recover from mistakes and minimize the fallout from them. The last hole for Park Ji-young. And she's saying, you know what, I'm not done yet. 9 holes through the back 9 and a birdie at the last to be the first at 12 under par. There is something to be said about how good she has been over her entire career on Sunday. It's unprecedented in so many ways. As high as the 42nd ranked player in the world, she has slipped down to 70th. She withdrew from the tournament last week. And to think that the last major, the KB Financial Group Star Championship, tied for 20th, then she was cut. Outside of the top 30, 3 weeks in a row, withdrew last week. Whatever she did after she said, I need a break, this needs to stop, to now obviously paid off. Doing some quick maths. Of course, we know about Park Ji-young's 10 wins. 9 times a runner-up, 7 times P3. That is 26 career podiums, and she is very much in for another. A wonderful Sunday. The type of career that Lee Dong-eun, so early in hers, could only aspire to. Professional surfer riding the waves. It's never simple, it's never straightforward. ENG certainly knows that. She's had her own fair share of miscues over the week, and yet in a wonderful position in the final few holes to go on and take another victory. Two putts for her par. She has 1 hole of each left, and that will be the case for the rest of her group as well. Par 3 16th, par 5 17th, par 4 18th. 17 is where we find Pengxin Shil, her third. Carries about 7 meters past the pin and gets a little bit of a downhill ride back towards the target. Very close call for you, Lee. Birdie was not faded, though. Here at the 15th. Stop, shouts the gallery. Okay, the ball listens. Excellent shot from Park Ji-young. If only it was that simple, just tell the ball what to do. Sometimes it complies, most of the time you're left wanting, but we'll relish in that moment for Park Ji-young. So Young and her group have arrived at the 353-meter par 4, typically the 9th, but for them, the 18th of the day. And Hong Jung-min with a close call. She could have really used that putt. Yulin saves her par. Returning to the 17th. Pengxin Xiu. Starting in left, needing it to move back to the right. Hadn't quite solved it. That X-ray putting vision needs a little bit of a calibration. Sun Eugene's approach at the last. Safely over the water. This is Park Young on her penultimate hole for 8 under. Slight left to right. And into the hole. Her second birdie in the last 3, her 4th of the day, and she is now under par for the round. This was moments ago, simultaneous with Park Young's birdie. Zidong'en, she has elected to putt on the fringe at 60. A few yards up the hill before it levels out. Likely move top to bottom. Or perhaps bottom to top, just as she had played. Tough to really guess the break from that wide of an angle, but the important thing is that Zidong'en knew it. About a 3-foot putt to save the par will come next. Let's head back to the 18th. Sun Eugene with the honor. Tied for 12th at 7 under, could crack into the top 10 with an improbable putt. And we say improbable because she's 8.6 away, downhill and braking. There's a whole lot of variables to try to juggle. Okay, Han Sun, after an extended preparation period, is ready. Down the hill she goes. It will rise at the end. It was a little left to right, and then it was a little too quick. Got it all together. And she comes up slightly empty-handed.
실례하겠습니다. 카메라 미리 눌러주세요.
All right. More than just an okay setup. This is a sight to behold. ENG with a very strong tee shot at 16.
실례하겠습니다.
And Hong Jung-min is next with a 5-iron in hand. Front right the pin today. That's taking that assessment a bit too literally. And she fires that off into the rough. And we're at the point now where she has dropped back to an even par score that I think we can officially count her out. Have to think how tired she is after 7 holes of battling for the lead, the mental and physical toll that will take. She's just run out of juice. Still on for certainly a top 3 if she can figure it out and have a quick reset, but she's running out of time to do that. So Garena's out of time. She shoots a 71. It is her toughest score of the week. So she finishes with a top 10 finish, and that in its own right is something to celebrate. Sung Eugene finishes as well, also with a tournament high 72. It is 7 under T13 at the end of her event. And on this hole, that leaves Han Sun. This is her 70th shot of the day. Little right to left. And it's her last shot of the week. T4, 66, 73, 70, and 70. One of the very best from the 108 in action this week. The tee shots in our featured group have been made. Hong Jung-min is in the rough and is in some trouble. But Chung Yoon-ji, very much not the case. Nor is it for Yulin, despite still being +1 after 15 holes. Pak Ji-young is our outright leader now. She birdied the 18th, and 12 under is the score to catch with 3 holes to go at the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open. Well, it is such a pivotal portion of this tournament as we say welcome back. Final 3 holes, it does not get closer than this. Pak Ji-young at 12 under. Chung Yoo-jin and Hee Yulin finishing out their 16th holes. And Hung Shin-chil with a 50-degree wedge in hand, trying to finish out her tournament And saving one of her best shots of the day for the last to give her very vocal and passionate supporters one more thing to cheer about. Well, Hong Jung-min, look at these last 4 holes. Double bogey, bogey, and bogey. Plummeting down the leaderboard. And I don't know that she has the time to recover. Well, I think everyone deserves a standing ovation for their approaches at the 18th. Bit too much backspin for Park Young-kyung. Chung Yoon-ji so close and yet so far. The bogeys, they are becoming contagious. Lee Dong-eun. Setup shot at the par 5. Very, very strong. Yulin, one more putt to tie a bow on the par 3. One more remains for Park Young-kyung at the last. Inside of the top 10 and trying to finish there. Well, to call that disappointing would be an understatement. It's the wrong time in the tournament to have a tough hole. Bogey. Drop her to 10 under, and Park Ji-young, who is likely in the clubhouse with her feet up, thinking maybe I should go and hit the practice green and stay warm. She might not need to. She's now 2 strokes clear as Chung Yoon-ji, Yulin, and Hong Jung-min are all fighting it with just 2 holes to go. This is Park Hae-jun, who brings their supporters to their feet with the 3rd and final birdie. It's a 72 on Sunday. Solidifying the top 10 position. We cannot overstate the importance of 17. Nobody's thinking about eagle. What they are thinking about is birdie. And Yulin sends that left, missing the fairway when all she needed to do was move it slightly to the right, and she ends up in the bunker. Well, no such difficulty with the driver for Chung Yoon-ji. Lee Dongin has to mark off. She has one more to go. Just as Park Young does. Rolls in the par. And that's the end of the road for her this tournament. Tied for 8th with a 71 today. 68, 72, 69, and 71. She's level with Hong Jung-min, So-gyo Rim, Hung Yoo-min, and Kochi Won now. Each in for a par on the par 5. She's a birdie away from potentially heading to the podium. Second shot on this very same hole, just a quarter kilometer away. Chung Yoon-ji is 2 for 2. Lee Dong-in also at 9 under and hoping to stay there. Well, she knew there would be break. She didn't expect that much of it though. Here we find Yulin in the sand trap. Left of the fairway, and we can't even see the pin from here. It's 2:38 to go, her second of the par 5. Just trying to get that into a spot on the fairway that she can attack from. That will count. Pressure starting to mount. That's for certain. Let's go back to this putt from Park Ji-young. We didn't know at the time just how crucial it could be. And now, yes, he goes, it's more than just a slight chance that I'm going to need to play some more golf. So she's up and moving and ensuring that she's ready if a 19th, 20th, or even 21st hole is required today. Well, after a momentary delay, just waiting for the green to clear, Yulin is able to fire in her approach and does so with great success.
플레이하겠습니다. 다 멈춰주세요.
Next approach also heads onto the green, though this one's in the back left corner from Chung Yoon-ji, pardon me. Okay, check the leaderboard. How's it looking? Good is the answer. And we'll show you what we can only presume Park Ji-young was just looking at. It's this. She has a two-stroke advantage where our final group is on now, the 17th hole. Chung Yoon-ji and Yu Lee need 2 birdies apiece in those final 2 holes to force a playoff. Otherwise, Park Ji-young, seemingly out of nowhere, is going to win this tournament. We'll continue to bring you the run-in to the final 71st and 72nd holes and maybe even a little bonus golf when we return to Lakewood. Well, I suppose we can say that spectator has a bird's eye view on the final few holes here at Lakewood. First approach of the lot at the 18th is a very good one. Up and over the pond and very much in range to try and find a birdie. That's what Chung Yoon-ji is facing here. It is essentially must-make territory. Starting down, climbing up the hill. Nods her heads. I'm not going to say knowingly that she has missed out on the title, but it certainly feels probable now. Well, Lee Dong-eun is wet, both in terms of her lie and now herself, as she catches a fair bit of the pond on the follow-through, splashing herself and needing to wipe her eyes. And all of that to avoid a penalty stroke, but really only move about 4 meters to the right. Yulin, who started this day 11 under, is in just about the exact same boat as Chung Yoon-ji was a few moments ago. 4.5 meters for someone who has putts just as well, if not better than anyone this week, and she drains it. So she is absolutely in with a shot, heading to the 18th tee. In sole possession of second, in line to tie a career best, if not force a playoff. That is the perfect blend of relief and euphoria. A marvelous putt. And I think we can safely say, game on. 71 holes down and just one to go. This is now take two for Lee Dong-eun, from the rough at least. Her heels in the grass instead of the drink. It's 84 meters away. 13 yards on past the fringe. That's where the pin is. So with that, the other side of the green, we can now say. She's a late arrival. Her group mates are already preparing their putts. She is also even. 8 under, 4 back. We can say it's going to be an expensive putt in that if she birdies it, she goes from T7 to T4 and would increase her prize money payouts. Okay, game face on. Chung Yoon-ji, she needs an eagle to stay in contention. Depending on how Yulin fares, a birdie would guarantee her second, which on its own would be a 132 million won prize. Well, she has just been on another level with the flat stick this week. And that's the deceiving angle. This is the one that shows just how tricky a putt this was. Downhill. You need to hope you're in line, and she certainly was.
플레이하겠습니다.
So she doesn't need to overcomplicate things, nor does she need to try to be a hero. Just be steady, take your birdie, and force a playoff. It's easy to say out loud, it's another to do it. That we know. Lee Dungan now trying to save a par. It's pretty good judgment at the speed, at least. So likely a bogey that would drop her to T13. And Buck Young's just hanging out, just waiting. She by now would have known that Chung Yoon-ji bogeyed, so it's really just one player that she's worried about. Pak Bo-gyam now to trade places with Lee Dong-eun. The defending champion could once again finish in the top 10 with a make here. Too much break. With 74 in the final rounds. She was tracking for a top 5 finish, just didn't quite have it the way she did through the first 3 rounds today. And a clutch putt from Lee Chae-yoon. She has mirrored scores Friday, Sunday, and Saturday, Thursday, Sunday, and Friday, Saturday. That's what we're after. A player who has really fought it the past month, really. She's back inside of the top 10 where she finishes. I think you could absolutely make the case this is one of the top 3 results of her career so far. It's been a kind 2025. Her first podium, and now 2 top 10s. Her first real season up on the senior tour. Lee Dong-eun was chasing it today. It's understandably disappointing. A trip to the water and a missed 3-footer will send her over par for the round. She's one of the top 100 golfers in the world. A major champion this season as well. Over 29 events, 7 top 10s entering today. Unfortunately, at the last, she just drops out of it.
네, 플레이하겠습니다.
Lee Yulin birdied here yesterday. Pars on Thursday and Friday. Does she have a little extra magic left in the tank? It's going to be tough. But never say never. And Park Jung, I can hardly watch, she says. Well, we know it's a pretty remarkable career. Since 2021, a winner each and every season. She has kept it late in 2025, but I'd say she is now the odds-on favorite. Hong Jung-min, what a fascinating tournament. Thursday, Saturday, the highest of highs. Friday and today, she'll just be wondering what went wrong. If there's any lingering doubt that she didn't have enough left in the tank, there's our answer. Chung Yoon-ji. That's a great shot. Really, really well played.
조금 더 들어?
Well, we're not quite ready to announce the 18th green arrivals because Hong Jung-min has one more. A drive, an approach to the water, and shot 4 will be coming up now. She is headed towards a bogey, and it's a bogey that would drop her out of the top 10. All that to say, she needs to be close to the green. Well, three-time winner this season. 62 meters the approach. That's what she was hoping for a shot ago. So she is going to lose out on the top prizes. But based on how Yoo Hyun-jo and Oh Seung-hee fared, she'll add to her advantage ever so slightly, and her advantage right now is slight. Let's not mince words. So still a success even with a disappointing Sunday.
마지막으로 큰 응원의 박수 부탁드릴게요. 두산건설 위브 소속의 이윤린 프로입니다. NH투자증권 소속의 정윤지 프로입니다. 네, 마지막으로 CJ 소속의 홍정민 프로입니다.
Well, she's definitely made some fans this year. And probably many more the last 2 weeks. We go back to yesterday. This is the putt she made for her 9th birdie. A career and course records. It's easier said than done, of course. But that's what she needs to channel here to force a playoff. What a fascinating 2025 season. This week she evens out her cuts made and cuts, 13 apiece. The top 10 in September at the OK Savings Bank OK Man Open. Regardless of how this putt goes, it's a season best. But if it's to be a career best, she needs this putt to force a playoff. I'm going to be honest. I don't think there was a world in which Park Ji-young, even 45 minutes ago, thought, I might win this thing, you know? And yet, Yulin must birdie, or she's done exactly that. Otherwise, she'll settle for tying a career best. For birdie at 18, it's Yulin. Starting this above the hole. Here it comes. She's done it again, ladies and gentlemen. She has done it again. Mastery on the 18th. Even Park Ji-young has to applaud. We are heading to a playoff. Talk about nerves of steel for the young pro. No, this is not a replay of yesterday. Incredible. Watch the supporters react. They knew what was on the line. Now the trick will be understanding that while that will feel like an emotional moment in the tournament, she has to find a way to reset and do it again. Let's play some golf, says Park Ji-young. And still a beaming smile from Yulin, as she should. That's a sensational moment. Jung Yoon-ji didn't want to be left out on the fun. 68-70, 68-71. Third place is hers. It is the second third place finish of the season. Tying for third at the Tukshin EPC Championship in the 5th top 10. Park Ji-young saying, okay, it's a good thing I was on the putting green. I'm not sure if she's skiing or getting ready to drive. Why not both, I suppose. Well, par for the course for Hong Jung-min in terms of how today has gone. It's such a finicky sport. It requires several hours of concentration, physically and mentally. Whether it's 3 rounds or 4 rounds, it never gets easy. This for a double bogey. It's a 6-under score after 72 holes for last week's winner.
네, 여러분 수고해주신 선수분들께 큰 박수
T16, she drops 2.
네, 감사합니다.
And after the scorecards are signed, we are going to head right back up to the 18th tee. We will either have a very first-time winner, or we will see Park Ji-young win for an 11th time in her sensational career. Making sure what she has on paper matches up with what our official scorer has on his tablet. Yep, looks good. Okay, me too. You got it. Let's go.
쟤 얼마나 좋아하는지 알아? 내가 불러줄게, 정민아. 안 돼.
Park Ji-young's ready to go. She's been waiting for about an hour now. Rest versus rust. Cannot believe she did it in back-to-back days. The poise for someone who has never taken that step to the top of the podium. Absolutely remarkable. I love this from Park Ji-young. She's the first to say congratulations, but she's also the first to put the game face back on and say, well, this has been fun for you. I'm thrilled, but hey, I've got some business to attend to as well. And the difference, I know it's not what it's all about, but it's a factor, of course. The difference in prizes for first and second this week and last, 84 million won. That's a good chunk of change. Well, let's take this opportunity while we wait for the scorecards to be finalized to revisit the round that was. After a 63 yesterday, Yulin came to the course in control of her own fate. Little did she know that Park Ji-young had some aspirations today as well. It was 7 under for her, 4 strokes back after 54 holes. When it comes to wedges, short game, and on the green, Park Ji-young, when she is on, is right there with the best in the world. But through 8 holes, she would have 3 birdies, would be quickly up to 10 under. It was a day full of drama. This is just another example of it. She had an incredible percentage of putts outside of 6 meters. This was Park Ji-young on 18. After 8 straight pars, she saved one of her best for last. Her advantage was 2 up until the 17th. And Eileen said, hang on a second. We're not done yet. It certainly was trending in that direction after her bogeys at 13 and 15. Even with that make at the 17th, this seemed improbable. And yet, the putting queen returned to the 18th. And to think 71, 71, and 71 through 54 holes of a tournament, that is, well, quick math, 3 under par. That shouldn't win a tournament. Oh yeah, 63 yesterday. Very much has her in with a shot. So the course is clear, save for the 18th. I would say, and barring something particularly crazy, we're not going to make any judgments until the putts on 18, based on what these two have already done today. Okay, can she do it? It is the rookie, not truly, but for the sake of this analogy, the rookie and the vets. And they're side by side after their tee shots. So often we're used to the playoff holes, which are almost always, except for extraordinary circumstances, hole number 18. Which means that more often than not, they're par fives. We won't have to wait nearly as long for the drama, as the approaches will come next. Pretty remarkable to think that there are hundreds of people surrounding this 321-meter hole, and when we go silent, the only sounds are the wind rustling the trees, the waterfall out in the corner by the clubhouse, and the quick, efficient communication between golfer and caddy, punctuated by some roars of the crowd, which Pak Jiang would love to hear in a few moments' time. She'll be the first to approach. Well, she made a harder one than that when she reached 18, what feels like an hour ago. Of course, would have loved to have been just a hair closer. Unfortunately for Yulin, other than a 5-minute recess to go review her scorecard, this will feel like just one more hole. She can do one more hole. She's already done 72 this week. It's a 73rd. And to quiet the noise, focus on delivering. She's a little bit deep even for someone who has been a maestro with the putter. That might be asking just a bit too much. So we can say fairly, it is advantage Park Ji-young.
연장은 진짜 생각도 안 하는데. 그지?
No guarantee, though, that she will have an automatic birdie. We could very well need to do this again.
오늘 연장전까지 오는 치열한 접전.
Well, you know we're getting down to business when the high frame rate slow motion camera is here. Is that the swing of a champion? She can hang her hat on how she has putted on 18 the past 2 days. This will be the mightiest dragon that she needs to slay. You can tell by that gesture, this putt is going to go right to left. So her teammates and her caddy goes out to try to identify a break point. You lead for birdie. And the break starts way too early. She wasn't liberal enough with how much movement that would have. And that opens the door for Park Ji-young. It's 4.2 meters for Park Ji-young. And now all Lee Yulin can do is watch and wait with the hundreds of supporters, officials, sponsors, and of course the many, many more watching at home. The tournament hinges on this putt from Park Ji-young as she looks for an 11th career title. She's missed as well. We need a 74th. Or maybe let's not put the cart before the horse. So Park Ji-young secures that par. 99 times out of 100, EU Lean would make this putt without batting an eye. But that's for your run-of-the-mill average putt. It's for the putting green. It's for the 12th hole of a tournament. Heck, it's for the first hole of the final round of a tournament. This is something different. To keep herself in contention and send us to a second playoff. You could cut the tension with a knife. To prolong this tournament, it's EU Lean for par. Very well done. She knew it as soon as it left the putter.
네, 두 선수 모두
Let's go again.
2차 연장전에 들어가게 되었습니다. 우승자가 결정될 때까지 이곳 18번 홀에서 계속 경기는 진행됩니다. 끝까지 지켜봐 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 두 선수 모두 8을 기록하면서 2차 연장전에 들어가게 됐습니다.
All right, hop in a golf cart and make the 321-meter drive back up to the tee blocks. One playoff hole down. It's a couple of pars. And we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen.
자, 이쪽으로 좀 빨리 와주셔야지. 저희 우측으로 조금만 붙어주세요. 감사합니다.
Well, Sundays, they are always built for drama. This is starting to feel more at the level of Broadway or the West End. The theater. Playoff hole number 2.
볼!
Well, good shot is what's shouted by the supporters. 4 is what's shouted by Park Ji-young's caddy. Everyone trying their best to get out of the way. It could have been even better than that, but nobody on the cart path was expecting that. Certainly Park Ji-young was not. I mean, yeah, maybe she got 20, 25 extra meters out of that, but she would trade it in just to be in the fairway, I'm sure. So consider the door officially open for Yulin. If anything, that should calm her. Okay, just play it in the fairway. Don't try to do too much. And look at that drive. Stopping up in a great spot just before the pond. And for Park Ji-young, she has to be careful that her cart doesn't drive over the ball because she's on the asphalt.
다시 앞으로.
Off the toe and slightly sliced. Right of the fairway. 4. Out of the way, everyone. Easier said than done. I think back to 2023, the very first edition of the Sangsangin Hangyang. Then it was known as the Hangyang TV, as opposed to the Hangyang Wownet. Kim Jin-hee won with a 13 under. She shot a 7 under par in the final rounds. Park Ji-young that year finished outside of the top 40, tied for 42nd. We look back to last year when Park Bo-gyam claimed a one-stroke victory over Kim Soo-ji. Her winning score ended up being 50 under par. Park Ji-young finished tied for 32nd. She can do no worse than second, of course. Technically, the tournament does not hinge on this shot, but in the grand scheme of things, it most certainly does. That's one heck of a recovery, that. She's on the green with a very good chance to win the thing. All right, the bar has been set by Yulin. Park Ji-young just can't make a bad situation worse. Avoids the water. Two putt from there is no guarantee. And the pendulum has swung back in the direction of Yulin. Looking back to the putt that would ultimately send Park Ji-young to this playoff. How similar does it feel? Quite similar. At the time, she was just thinking, all right, let's just take this birdie, see what happens. Here, though, on hole 20 of the day, it's not quite that simple. What must be running through Yulin's mind? So close and yet still so far away, and hey, this might be 9.1 meters. It might be very much in the improbable, if not unlikely category. And yet if Park Ji-young makes this putt, the momentum will do an about face. Oh, why not? Oh, rolling over the cup. Millimeters away from using the flag as a backboard, and even her own caddy who thought, yeah, we might have just lost this thing, couldn't help but smile and laugh. Even in these VIP suites, they're on their feet. Great view, seeing the break come by. It even moved. I mean, this is just a thorough mastery. What do Yulin think? Well, she did a pretty good job of not letting whatever it was that flashed through her mind show. Mislead you. Yes, this is a putt to win. Yes, she's closer than Park Ji-young had been. In just about any other circumstance, you'd think, okay, 2-putt par is fine. This stroke, though, well, it's worth 84 million won. To win the tournament, here's Yulin. Just missing right. Well, I hope you didn't have any dinner plans, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not going anywhere. Each with the chance to win their first putts on this 18th playoff hole. Okay, she knows she's guaranteed at least one more hole, but it is contingent on Park Ji-young making this putt. Should she? Absolutely she should. Will she? Well, that's the beauty of this sport. We don't know. To force a third playoff, this is Park Ji-young. We'll go to a 21st.
네, 두 선수 모두 8을 기록하면서 3차 연장전에 들어가게 되었습니다. 우승자가 결정될 때까지 이곳 18번 홀에서 계속 경기는 진행되고요. 두 선수 모두 끝까지 힘내주시기 바랍니다. 저희도 여러분들의 경기를 끝까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 두 선수 모두 8을 기록하면서 3차 연장전에 들어가게 되었습니다.
So after a quick recap of playoff hole number 2, a hole in which Park Ji-young missed the fairway with her drive, hit the cart path, and was still able to recover for her par. Tournament committee said, enough's enough. We need a new hole location. Otherwise, we could be here for a few more hours. It seems silly, but after 3 trips down, it can almost become muscle memory for these elite athletes. So they need some kind of different variable just to break up that flow. Adaptation now becomes part of the recipe for success. And we meet again. Nearly 5 p.m. local time in Yeongju. The ardent supporters who said, you know what, I'm staying right here. Until I'm told there will be no more tee shots, I don't want to miss a single one. Park Ji-young, much less dramatic, and maybe even a little extra. More torque from the core, through the hands, through the ball, and into the fairway. So little separating these two. Even the drives on a third playoff hole feel pretty close to identical. Whoever ends up as the victor, we won't be able to say that it is not thoroughly deserved. Okay. Suddenly that rangefinder becomes all the more important with the slightly changed pin placement for playoff hole number 3. Is going to play first. It's a flip of the coin, whether this is better or worse. Open green. You don't know, and you won't know if your opponent will do better or worse. You can stay laser focused on what you need to do. About straight ahead, or straight above the 25 portion of the sign. It's Yulin. Is this the one? Pin high she goes. Park Ji-young to respond. She doesn't love it. She is much further away and will have the first crack at a birdie. 75 holes now. As we try to decide a champion at Lakewood. This was just pulled left.
네, 3차 연장전까지 오는 대접전을 펼치고 있는 두 선수에게 여러분 응원의 박수 한 번 더 부탁드립니다.
Lee Yulin yesterday, after her course record, said, I started off on a good note with a lot of birdies. I was worried about the tricky holes in the middle of the courses in reference to that stretch of 7 through 15. 2 par 5s, 6 par 4s, and a par 3. She said, I overcame the crisis well and finished satisfied. I'd say 63, the stuff of dreams, just as a win, especially your first. Jung would remember hers all the way back in 2016. Known at the time as the S-Oil Champions Invitational. 9 more since then. Hoping today makes it 10. All Yulin can do is watch and wait. It's officially 7.6 meters. Park Ji-young to find a birdie. Starting this left and staying beneath the hole. Almost looks at her caddy to say, where was the break? That's not what we had planned.
언덕 올라갈 때가 좀 스릴이
Well, let's open the door for a dream to come true. '71, 71, 63, 71. And now on a third playoff hole, Yulin has an opportunity to win the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open. We're really putting the wow in Wownet today. She's off well for the win. No. Missing to the right. Park Ji-young can hardly believe it. We've been on the air now for 4 hours. It's been an even longer day for our colleagues over at SBF. Broadcasting today in Korean. And oh yeah, how about the players themselves? Well, the par is secured after both of these players made the most improbable of birdies to send us to a playoff in the very first place. They're now stuck on pars. We'll go for a fourth, and heck, if we don't have a winner, then we might have to cut a third pin. A chance to reflect and catch our breath as Park Ji-young and Yulin head back up to the 18th tee.
네, 이번에도
제가 와서 문제가 되는 것 같습니다. 제가 요즘 안 되나.
Well, no matter what it takes, we will be with you until we have a winner or we run out of daylight. Whatever comes first, and the way they're playing, it might be the second. Playoff hole number 4. Entering this tournament, Yulin, 75th in the points, had only scored 21 points all year. 113, around up to 114 million won, so she's going to double that, more than double that today. And for Park Ji-young, a veteran who has been around the block more than a time or two in the KLPGA Tour. Just outside of the top 10 in points and on the money list. if she's had an Achilles heel this season, it's been her driving accuracy. Only 68% fairways in regulation. She'll have the chance to open up. We get to the point where fatigue very much becomes a concern on top of the pressure. When you get to the point where your mind starts playing tricks on you, go for a bit more club. Push it an extra 15, 20 yards. Get closer to the water. Then you can take your wedge and drop it within a meter or two. They're called intrusive thoughts. And certainly on a fourth playoff hole, they are unwelcome. Look at Park Ji-young looking up. Two athletes that are giving absolutely everything. And even then, almost nothing separates them. Maybe laterally 20 meters. Depth-wise, just about the exact same. Who can birdie first? Who can one putt? They've both shown us that they can do it today, this week, but not through the first three playoff holes. Heck, we might have to send them to 16 or 17 if they par again here, just to give them something different. I'm only being mildly facetious. Old school. Who needs the rage finder? Find the middle of the fairway and the marker, pace it out. All right, let's have a look. I'm not sure how they decide who's going to go first when they're basically the exact same depth. I suppose on the last hole it was Yulin who played the first approach, so I suppose if they had to break a tie, it would be fair that it was Park Ji-young's turn. Still very gentle wind. Couldn't even call it a breeze. Conditions are perfect for this Sunday showdown. There's Park Ji-young. Oh yeah. Strong on. Okay, Yulin, can you one-up that? No, she doesn't like it. She's quite the ways off. So it's advantage Park Ji-young, but she still has a birdie putt to make. Smooth and silky. You can tell right away by the body language. And Eileen wasn't thrilled with it. Regardless of what happens, whether she's able to force another playoff or not, after 36 holes, Eileen had gone from a tie to 31st place to sole possession of first. And it has been a roller coaster ever since. Well, number 1 or number 11? What's it gonna be? It might take a birdie, or we might get to the point where we have a 3-putt bogey, and that's how this tournament ends. Certainly after 21 holes today. It's becoming a war of attrition. Mental and physical fatigue. How many times can they tell themselves just one more putt, just one more hole? You've got this. Someone will have to break first. It would be quite the thing for this to be the putt that produces Euleen's birdie. Here she goes. A bit too quick. And that carries about 3.5 past the hole. And that's not a tap in, she'll have to mark. Uphill. And then it flattens. And then it drops down. It's a helpless feeling now. Shot for shot, these two have gone. All ready for 3 playoffs. A birdie wins it for sure. A par might anyways. With Eileen about 4 meters past the pin. It is nerve-wracking stuff. Park Ji-young to clinch the championship. No. they're laughing in the gallery, not at Pak Jiang, of course, but that it doesn't seem like anybody really wants to go on and win this thing. Well, once again, we're looking at a pair of pars. Tell you what, at this point, whoever wins, I think they should forego the water bottle shower, the post-round tradition, and just go cannonball into the pond. This is a tough one still for Eileen, trying to save a par. She found something deep within herself. And exhale. Well, I was only half joking about them needing to cut another cup. They waited for 2 playoff holes, which I suppose means 3 when you factor in 18. The amount of times that each of these players had faced it. So whether they go again or whether they count this as 2 and the next one as 3, we'll just have to wait and see. So we'll go to a 5th. Not done yet.
연장전으로 들어가게 될 텐데요. 끝까지 고도의 집중력을 잊지 않기 위해서 힘내시라고 여러분 다시 한번 격려의 박수 부탁드립니다.
So that was the tournament leads. Rules expert extraordinaire. The flag's out and it's being moved. So the caddies now will pace it out. A quick study. Tell you what, the grounds crew is certainly making their money today. What do you think? Rock, paper, scissors? Or, and now we've got a minute. Let's brainstorm here, you and I together. Spitball some ideas. Each player gets to pick one player from the gallery and play a pro-am. Scramble. Something to break up this sea of pars. I, for one, for the record, do not nominate as tribute. Would be a bad deal for whoever got paired up with me. So 18, version 5. It was Pak Jiang, Up onto the green. Eileen to follow, and it was very much advantage, to the veteran. Eileen thought she needed to make that to stay in the fight. That would be a reasonable supposition. However, Park Ji-young unable to take advantage. And then it came down to the par putt. So you lean further out. Nailed it. Here we go again. Well, we love bonus golf. We love a freebie. Getting a little extra than what you paid for it. But I'll tell you what, the supporters and their patience, it's certainly being rewarded right now. The sun's getting low in the sky. The temperatures are cooling off. The drone is going to need a new battery soon. Tee shots coming up next for playoff hole number 5.
카트 타고 움직이는데.
다행이다, 그죠? 휴. 혹시 바뀐 스니치 확인하셨나요? 네, 팔의 좌유.
Well, I can only imagine. A brief pause for a snack, maybe a trip to the restroom. We're still not done, ladies and gentlemen. At 5:25 local time in Yeongju. The honor belongs to Park Ji-young. Her 23rd hole of the day, her 77th of this tournament. Eileen's response. Once again, almost side by side. The margins between these two almost unfathomably close. So the drives, the shots that you would expect to be pretty close to even. And with a third pin placement for this playoff alone, the most aggressive yet. Front left. You cannot miss left. You simply can't do it. If you do that, you're in the drink. Having said that, if you can be front left, maybe even between the flag and the water, you might as well be handed the trophy after that shot. Eileen will approach first from 105 meters away. What has she done? She stays close to the front. Park Ji-young. Her response. Stuck on the fringe. She's not that much closer or that much further off. I suppose it is a matter of perspective after all. Chip or putt, and these poor athletes must be absolutely exhausted. I was racking my brain for the longest KLPGA playoff that I've been a part of. I knew it was back in 2022 at some point. The date didn't come to me right away, but I knew it was 2022. And what I remembered, it was also 5 holes. And as I pulled up the leaderboard to take a quick trip down memory lane, it was a 4-player playoff that day. Ha-Min Song, Chi-Han Sol, Chung Yoon-ji, the eventual winner, and Lee So-young squared off that day. And it took 5 for Chung Yoon-ji to win her very first career tournament. Back in May of 2022 at South Springs, the 10th E1 Charity Open. If we need a 6th, this would be a new personal record for me. Playoffs are a normal part of this sport. This one's just a little bit on the extreme end of the longevity spectrum. Park Ji-young's caddy still has the pitching wedge in hand. She hasn't made a decision one way or the other. And it sure is cooling off. We've dropped all the way down to 16 degrees. What club? What club? Do I like the putter? Do we like the pitching wedge? This perspective, pardon me, gives us a much clearer understanding of the break. It's going to dive down. And from how we're reading it, from our position behind the green, it looks like it's going to move right to left. Park Ji-young has landed on putter. It's the club from which she feels she has the most control. 10 meters for birdie. And to take the advantage on the 5th playoff hole, she doesn't start this quite as far right as we expected. It swerves back towards the flag. Fractionally off. All things considered, she gave it a really good go. Look at this. The golden hour skies in the background. Certainly in a playoff, close doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. Alrighty, Eileen. She's never going to forget this tournament no matter what happens. But for the rest of her life, she would remember winning it on about a 9-meter putt for birdie on the 5th playoff hole. Here's the effort. It's coming back. Get in the hole. She's done it. Absolutely mind-bending, heart-racing, and unforgettable. Eileen has won the Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open in 5 playoff holes. Absolutely remarkable. To call her deserving, well, it wouldn't do it justice. That takes some level of mental fortitude, physical stamina, and incredible grit. It was an awe-inspiring putt in the first place to send us to a playoff. And after not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5, triumphant, and a winner on the KLPGA Tour at long last. Absolutely sensational. This is the one we're most excited to see. Okay, this might go, you know. Outlasting. And Park Ji-young in the background. Again, she's the first to applaud and tip her cap. What a playoff. What a day. What a tournament. Career-defining stuff. Eileen, our champion. And I imagine the physical and mental toll of it all just sinking in now. She will truly never, ever forget this feeling. And spare a thought for Park Ji-young as well, of course. As much as there's euphoria on one side, you think, I played 23 holes today and it still wasn't enough. But incredible class and sportsmanship from Park Ji-young. Well, I would say it was worth the wait, certainly for it to end in that manner. The red carpet has already been rolled out, and we will shortly head down for the awards presentation. We've got to get it going. We're going to run out of daylight. My goodness. 5:40 p.m. in Yeongju, and we finally have a winner. 28 events down. Only 3 more to go during the race to the Wemix Championship. And the last big money prize, consecutive weeks with 1.2 billion won on offer. And EU Lean, after 5 holes in a playoff, gets the job done. Well, stick with us. Coming up next, we will head down to the 18th green for the awards presentation. And we'll also take a gander when it's time at the leaderboard after 77 holes, because I feel like though we could hardly even tell you who else played in this tournament. It feels like a lifetime ago. All still to come here on the KLPGA Tour. Pictures will live just as long in the lore of this season, of this tour, as they will remain cemented in the memories of EU Lean. Well, I believe we're just getting word now that we've got the thumbs up, the green light, and we'll send you down shortly to the 18th green for this tournament's awards presentation.
네. 네. 정말 너무 바랬던 우승이고 꼭 이루고 싶었던 꿈이라서 지금 이루게 돼서 너무 행복하고요. 네, 진짜 저 우승을 위해서 도와주신 진짜 모든 분들 진짜 너무 감사드립니다. 아, 네. 저 샷하기 전에 하는 동작 말씀하시는 그거 제가 몸이 좀 빨리 도는 경향이 있어서 그거를 줄이고 좀 팔 느낌을 더 주려고 하는 루틴입니다. 프로님이 만들어 주셨어요. 일단 이렇게 잘 하고 있는 제 친구들, 동기들, 동생들, 언니들 다 좀 항상 안 될 때도 저한테 되게 응원을 많이 해주고요. 유민이 같은 경우에는 어제 방까지 찾아와서 되게 응원의 말도 해주고 좀 조언도 많이 해줘서 고맙습니다. 언니가 어려우면 언니만 어려운 거 아니라고 끝까지 하다 보면은 기회 올 거라고 자신을 믿으라고 해줬습니다. 네. 사실 진짜 긴장도 많이 되고 처음 챔피언조에 들어온 거라서 네, 걱정도 많았는데 오늘 그 캐디 오빠가 좀 일부러 웃긴 말도 많이 해주고 네, 좀 걸어갈 때만큼은 시합에 신경 쓰지 않게 해줘서 좀 네, 편하게 연습처럼 쳤던 것 같습니다. 일단 17번 홀 세컨샷에서 약간 위기가 왔었는데 그 17번 홀 서브샷 칠 때는 붙이자는 마음보다 그냥 저기 보고 핀 가까이 가면은 노려볼 수 있다. 아직 2홀 남았고 2타 남았다. 뭐 이 정도 생각만 했던 것 같아요. 붙이자고 생각 안 한 게 오히려 잘 붙을 수 있던 것 같아요. 네. 엄마, 아빠 정말 기다려줘서 고맙고 정말 항상 잘 못하는 모습도 많이 보여줬지만 이렇게 좀 우승이라는 거를 보여줄 수 있게 돼서 너무 기쁘고 앞으로도 내가 잘할게요. 네. 항상 우승이 목표였어가지고 이렇게 된 거 그래서 똑같이 한 번 더 우승 생각하면서 네 치겠습니다. 앞으로도. 네. 감사합니다.
Well, how she was able to remember words after that long is a feat on its own. But understandable emotions for Yulin. First win in her career. And she did it in the most spectacular of fashion. It was not easy. It certainly was not easy. Park Ji-young, who really was not on the forefront of many people's minds, at least in terms of contenders for this tournament. Starting the day 7 under. After 9 holes, she picked up 4 strokes and was very much right there fighting for the victory. Chung Yoon-ji, she was one of the favorites to go on and win this tournament, looking for win number 3. And as we discussed a little while ago, she's no stranger to using a 5-hole playoff to pick up her first ever win. But really the story, the difference, and the edge for Yulin this week, certainly this weekend, was her putter. She was pulling off putts that would seem unthinkable, and she was doing it on a regular basis. She'd be up to 12 under after 11 holes. Chung Yoon-ji, after a very disappointing double bogey at 9. Stabilized at 10 with a par, and then went back to back to be very much in the race where Hong Jung-min had been. Well, that was until some misfortune here. Last week's champ stuck behind a tree, trying to lane up into the fairway, hit that tree, rolled down the hill, and would see a double of her own. While all that was happening, Yulin, a co-leader, had a 13.6 meter putt to avoid a bogey. She nearly avoided a playoff with that make, but of course, unsurprising to no one that that was just a bit too much to ask. Chung Yoon-ji, she'd miss out on her par. This was Hong Jung-min to try to salvage a bogey. Not the case. Her putter was her best friend last week, but on Friday and Sunday this week, it was actively working against her. Now, this was Park Ji-young after 8 straight pars, saved one more birdie for the 18th. It would be her last birdie at 18, despite having 5 more cracks at it. So she'd go into the clubhouse, and she'd just have to wait. She probably wouldn't have expected to need to play some more golf. Certainly with Chung Yoon-ji, only trailing by 1 with 3 holes to play. But alas, it was just not meant to be. Faded in the stars for her today. Another bogey at the par 3. So she needed to go birdie to force a playoff. Yulin needed to do the exact same thing. Had been +1 until the 17th. She'd get back to even par, the score she was at after her 63 yesterday. And her work still wasn't done. On 18 to force a playoff. Bingo. Little did she know at the time that she would have 75 more minutes of golf to play. But she was officially in 71, 71, 63, 71. Back to 18, and then back to 18, and then back to 18, and then back to 18, and oh yeah, one more. Back to 18. This was the 5th playoff hole. After a new cup was cut, Park Ji-young grazing the outside edge. Pardon me, this was on the 2nd, before the cut. They've all blended together. I'm sure you understand. It was a miss for Park Ji-young. It was an open door for Yulin, but no dice. 3rd playoff was another push. The 4th would see that approach from Park Ji-young. Yulin trying to win it. And sending that to a very uncomfortable distance, trying to putt to push. Park Ji-young couldn't believe that she missed. And then Yulin would keep this round and this tournament alive with her putt for par. So they'd cut the hole again for a 3rd time. And after 2 strokes, Park Ji-young was just a little short. This was a sensational effort despite it not going for her. Yeah. I'm sure for the most fleeting a moment she thought, we don't need to do this again. I've won enough. I'm being facetious, of course, but her hand was ultimately forced. Yulin dazzling with the flat stick once again, and now as night is just about upon us in the mountains of Gyeonggi, the lights around the course are on. We see the final leaderboard. 67 on Sunday, not enough for Park Ji-young, who finishes as the runner-up today. 67 as well, must be noted, for Yoo Hyun-jo. And now we head down to the 18th green for the trophy and green jacket presentation.
10년 만에 나왔는데요. 이 3라운드 어제 경매였죠. 9언더 63타를 기록한 이율린 프로입니다. 네, 오늘 우승을 거머쥐기도 했는데요. 여러분 이율린 프로에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 코스 레코드 보상으로 레이크우드 CC에서 제공하는 현금 300만 원이 수여되겠습니다. 네, 시상은 레이크우드 CC 이성원 대표이사님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 이윤희 프로에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 잠시 기념 촬영 이어가겠습니다. 네, 이윤희 프로 축하드리고요. 시성에 수고해주신 이성원 대표님 대단히 고맙습니다. 자, 이번엔 홀인원 시상입니다. 이번 대회는 총 4개 홀이 홀인원 홀로 지정되어 있었는데요. 잠시 소개해드리겠습니다. 3번 홀에는 코지마 안마 의자, 6번 홀에는 메디카 코리아 금 100돈, 그리고 12번 홀에는 까르마 모션 베드, 16번 홀에는 HS 효성 더 클래스, 벤츠 E 클래스 200, 아방가르드가 부상으로 걸려 있었습니다. 하지만 아쉽게도 이번에는 홀인원 기록자가 없었는데요. 네, 내년을 한번 기억해 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 자, 그럼 이제 대망의 우승자 시상을 진행하겠습니다. 우승자에게는 우승 자켓과 트로피 그리고 우승 상금 2억 1,600만 원이 수여됩니다. 자, 그럼 우승자를 발표하겠습니다. 상상인 한경와우넷 오픈 2025 우승자는 276타 12 언더파를 기록한 이율린 프로입니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 오늘 5차 연장전 승부 끝에 마지막으로 멋진 버디를 기록하며 우승을 거머쥐게 됐는데요. 네, 먼저 한국경제TV 현수균 대표이사께서 우승 자켓과 꽃 목걸이를 전달하겠습니다. 네, 이어서 꽃 목걸이도 걸어드렸고요. 네, 잠시 기념 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 네, 부인하셔도 됩니다, 프로님. 네, 축하드립니다. 네, 현수인 대표님 고맙습니다. 자, 이어서 상상인 유준원 대표이사께서 트로피와 상금 수표를 전달하겠습니다. 네, 트로피 전해드렸습니다. 자, 정면 항의해 주십시오. 잠시 기념 촬영해보겠습니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 윤조민 대표님 대단히 고맙습니다. 네, 상금 수표도 지금 전해드리겠습니다. 네, 2억 1,600만 원이 수여됐습니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 전해주신 유준원 대표님 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 자, 다음으로 레이크우드 CC 이석원 대표이사께서 우승자 부상을 전달하겠습니다. 네, 부상은 코지마 뉴에라 CMC A900 안마 의자입니다. 네, 전달해 드렸고요. 역시 잠시 기념 촬영 이어가겠습니다. 네, 이제 이 안마 의자에서 편안한 휴식 취하길 바라겠고요. 네, 축하드립니다. 자, 다음으로 KLPGA 김순희 수석 부회장님께서 꽃다발을 전달하겠습니다. 네, 감사드립니다. 잠시 정면해 주시기 바랍니다.
Well, I'll tell you what, it takes something pretty sensational to one-up a 63. For anyone, on any other week, that would be the highlights. But alas, Yulin made this weekend one she will never, ever forget. Taking home her first career victory in the most dramatic of fashion. She is 219 million won richer after her prize for the win and the prize for the course record. And I'll be honest, that Cosima massage chair, I think she's going to try it out in about 2 minutes' time, as she should. Put her feet up and bask in the glow of a match in a tournament for the record books. Just as we bask in the glow of the night lights illuminating the Lakewood Country Club, who was once again a fabulous host for us on the KLPGA Tour. And this third Sangsangin Hangyang Wownet Open was certainly full of its fair share of wow. Well, it's time to say goodbye, and I think for a lot of people it's time to maybe get some shut-eye after a 5-hour broadcast that brought us some of the highest highs and the lowest lows, all the drama and action packed into one final round late in this 2025 season. We will next head to the Happiness Country Club for the Guang Namulbo Happiness Open. It all gets underway on Friday. 102 players in the field and a $1 billion purse in 54 holes of stroke play. That's coming your way in a few days' time. But for now, it's time to bid you farewell. We need to certainly thank and acknowledge the incredible broadcast crew for being with it, just as we need to salute you, our fabulous audience, for not missing a shot today, or heck, tuning in, tuning out, doing that a few times. And yeah, it was a day to have your phones out. There were some shots to be witnessed that needed to be witnessed to be believed. None more so than that. The tournament clincher for EU Lean. My name is Adam Jenkins. It's been a sincere pleasure to be with you once again, lending my voice to the KLPGA Tour. We say so long and see you Friday for event 29 in this 2025 season. But for now, it's farewell from Lakewood.